Gotta love when you have a broken overlay, don't you? Good Friday to everyone. How are we? Why is my Hypno stream faceless? Because my overlay has decided it's going to throw a segmentation fault. That's why. Yep. What up, Anosa? With the first legend. Absolute legend. I gotta turn off emote only manually, don't I? Yeah, I do. Today at school we had so many... Well, we had a so-called big back day where we ate all day and got an early release. What? Interesting day at school. Yeah, I don't know why. If I run my overlay through Godot, it works fine. If I export it and try to run it, it crashes with a segmentation fault. So I don't know what's happening. It's very, very concerning. G'day, Sammy. Where are ya? My overlay's not working. My overlay's crashed and gone kaputs. You might have to refresh the page and see if you're still stuck in emote only mode. Because emote only is turned off. Yeah. How you doing, Sammy? G'day. How you doing, Conrad? Export with debug. Okay. Let's see. Let's see here. I take this. Connect. Okay, so this is where it crashes when I try to start the overlay. Ooh, that's working. That's working now. Okay. Okay. Do I know what's happened? No, I don't. Is that okay? No, it's not. So that's working with debug symbols. But if I run it without debug symbols... Dang, so close. Alright, well apparently now it's working. I haven't changed any of the code whatsoever. Although that doesn't look like it's working. Oh no, that was YouTube buffering. Never mind. Alright, cool. Cool. It's all working. It's all working. G'day, you dunce. How are we? I'm here. I'm here. Do you like my new artwork? Over that way. Do you like my futuristic art? Yeah. Yeah. So hang on. That doesn't make sense. Because those screens are supposed to be printing text. Supposed to be printing text. Oh, maybe that's what the segmentation fault was. Because it wasn't including the file. But anyway, in the export. Huh? Maybe. Because it's these two here. What's up, Elliot? G'day, Patrick. I'm currently figuring this stuff out. Hey, look, you pinned the message. Yippee, yes, I did. I remembered this morning. So I'm wondering if it's an issue with these not being inside the export. Which is just, it's just a bunch of gibberish code. But if I do something like what would it be? How can you preload a text file? No, not a texture. I want to preload a text file, but I don't know what it would be. Source loader, no. Am I able to do like a file access open? No. No, I wouldn't be able to do that. So, I think the issue is when I run it without debug symbols, it crashes trying to find this and throws a segmentation fault when I try to like do stuff with it. I think that's what's happening, but it doesn't give me a message because it does say script error, cannot call method get as text on a null value on those monitors. So, BRB, no worries, Oki. No worries, you BRB. So, what I'm wondering, we have a look at our exports. Export all resources in projects. But the text file isn't a resource. Filters to export non-resource files folders. So if I go start.txt. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna stop the overlay. We're gonna try it with this. See if that works. Okay. Not gonna worry about with debug. Okay. Pop that back up. Connect. We start up again. There we go. There we go. You can now see the text printing out onto the monitor. Well, it looks like it's freezing for a minute, but it'll figure itself out, I'm pretty sure. Huh. So I had to click it again to get it to start moving. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Because now we have those things constantly printing stuff. Yay! How good does it look? My world is coming together. We have some 3D art on my desk. We have my monitors finally working. I just need to get some graphs on this monitor. Yeah. Yeah. I've now got a new bar that's displaying me rather than the 3 circles. So there's no longer those V's where the cones meet. Yeah. It's now just a straight line. Much better. It's a much better upgrade. Such a good upgrade. I love it. But yeah. Yeah. I think that was like... This was all like 60 minutes of work last night at like 10 p.m. So that explains why there were crashes happening. Anyway. Problem solved. Back to Bobble Shop Sim. That short you made had me dying. Which one? I think in total I've had something like 600 or something shorts put up, so yeah. What did everyone get up to yesterday? Just do. Anything interesting? Anything entertaining? Anything anyone wants to share with us? Let's see here. Just need to get some stuff figured out here. There we are. There we go. That's better. So, there's a few things we can do today. We can start with fine-tuning the bobblehead stuff. We can get a label created for the new Hello Anosa. Yeah, look at that shout out. I forgot about that. Oh, that's what it is. That's what it is. You can cope with it. Hello, Creeper. How are ya? That by default flag was set to 0 rather than thinking they're always working. Rather than them always running in idle time by default. Yeah. It seems to be a common misconception that signals when they're emitted by default will run in idle time. Yeah. Yeah, that seems to be a common thing people think that's incorrect. G'day, Nujank. How have you been? I thought it was always old time too. Yeah. Yep. My package manager did not like it when I started my browser. 9999 remaining. What? I've been good. What about you? I've been great. We've got some updates to our overlay. So as you'll see, I have some cool futuristic 3D art over on my desk. And my monitors now work. And show stuff. So, yeah. Yeah. Very cyber much punk. I'm looking forward to getting the thing happening out the back when a hype train is going. So what I want to have happen is when there's a hype train going, there's a yellow taxi. Like there's a taxi flying around the back. Like in Fifth Element. Yeah. The taxi. Get like one of these type of taxi things. Like get a 3D model of that and whatnot. Have it flying around out back. And there's like one cop car. Like one of these cop cars chasing it. And then for every level that it goes up, another cop car is added. Chasing the taxi. And they're just like flying around in between the buildings and whatnot. And then when the hype train ends, the taxi blows up in the center and the explosion makes the number of the hype train level we got to. That's my idea. It's going to be fantastic. I'm looking forward to doing that one. I think in the new year, what I'm going to do is Tuesday nights will be gameplay. Wednesday nights will be Blender. Thursday nights will be overlay. Building that stuff into the overlay. And then every other stream, my Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday morning streams, and every other day will just be working on Bobble Shop Sim. There. Installing NVIDIA stuff on a fully Intel laptop? Ooh. Maybe Intel GPUs secretly require NVIDIA drivers underneath. How's BSS going, by the way? It's going good. I'm still waiting on Steam to get back to me on the playtest approval. Hopefully we will get that back today. They haven't told me that there's any issues with it, and it's been like a week. So I'm assuming that's a good thing. I'm assuming that means that testing is going well, and that everything is kind of functioning as normal. You'll hear about NVIDIA reducing their output by like 40% or something for commercial customers, yes. For like regular people like us. And funnily enough, Nujank, I was saying like last week that with Micron pulling out of consumer RAM altogether and focusing on AI, it wouldn't surprise me if in the next 6 to 12 months, NVIDIA did the same thing. And we were left with AMD and Intel. Which honestly, that's like best case scenario, in my opinion. Because it means developers, like game developers, and graphic developers for DaVinci and OBS and Blender and all this kind of stuff will need to put AMD GPUs first. Yeah. And also the pricing of AMD and Intel GPUs can come back down. Like, GPU pricing can come back down. You know? Because we don't have Nvidia being like, we're going to charge you a house to buy a new GPU. And then the other ones being like, oh, crap. Alright. Alright. That's what we're doing. I hope so. I need an upgrade. Yeah, same here. Same here. I have also been wondering, stuff like this usually causes some sort of change in how things are done. So I wouldn't be surprised if in like 5 to 10 years, someone released a machine, like an in-home machine that you are able to use to like something you can put on a desk. And like somehow through some magic wizardry of engineering, you can make your own RAM or whatever. Like your own RAM or your own GPU or whatever. Yeah. Because you can already get machines that do PCBs. Like the actual circuit board itself for your home. Then all you need is something that can also do the actual chips and whatnot. And if they can figure out a way to compact that down into something that can be in your house, we don't need to worry about these large companies anymore, because we can just do it at home ourselves. You want some more RAM? Sure, just make some more RAM. And then Gaben will be our savior? No. I don't think Steam is going to be the savior of the PC hardware market, because that would require them to start up an entire division, like an entire new company, and spend a shit ton of money on fabricating their own hardware parts and creating their own GPUs and stuff. That's not happening. That's not what Steam is. Steam is not a hardware manufacturer or anything like that. What are we doing? So we can do this, which would be like, what do we want the new effect to be though? What do we want to display new? Am I tripping? Probably. It depends, Curious. Is the ground getting closer? Did I get a response to my oi oi? Probably. I can't remember. But g'day, Curious. Oi oi to you. Just in case I missed it. We're gonna get a pizza. Do you know Rita? What was I doing? That's right, bobbleheads. I want to tweak this. We want to tweak these things. What day is 24-hour stream? Because you say every day has 24 hours. Every day does have 24 hours, that's true. It's 100% factual. The 24-hour stream, I've got the relative timestamp for your time zone in Discord, in the announcements channel. It's going to be 7 a.m. on December 28th, my time. Which, for people on Pacific Standard Time, is midday on the 27th. Every other time zone, figure it out from that, or jump into the Discord and jump into the announcements, and you'll see the relative timestamp that'll tell you your day. I'm done for work until 5th January, so I'll probably attempt to be there the whole thing. That's the thing, Curious. It might not just be 24 hours. I'm going to allow it to extend up to 36 hours. Yeah. Yeah. How can we tweak this? 0.25. What if we pop it up to 0.35? We'll change the stiffness down to 3. I'll probably check with this one, to be honest. These hours will require like 3 days to recover. That's normally what I do anyway when I do a 24-hour stream. So I'll do a 24-hour stream, 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. normally. And then I don't go to sleep when the 24-hour stream ends, because then my sleep cycle's fucked. So I'm usually doing stuff. I'll go out, I'll do groceries, I'll clean and cook and whatnot. And then at 7 p.m, 6 p.m, I'll go to sleep for 10 to 12 hours. Oh, hell no, you're not allowed to go outside after being awake that long. I do, and it somehow works. Windows installs bloat on your PC is bloat. Linux, when I use it, you end up bloating your own PC. I'm glad you said bloating. Self-public crisis, people think The Walking Dead has come for them. You know my mech suit doesn't have issues, right? Sweepers for the week. I know, right? So when I bobble it here, it's fine. And that's kind of how I want it to function all the time. But if I'm over this side, so it's it depends on, it depends on which direction I'm looking as to how the bobble's going to work. Which is interesting. I go into the store, so I'm now in this quadrant of the world. Yeah, it seems like the bobblehead It seems very much based on where I'm looking. And I think it's because of like the max, the linear max. I think it's to do with this. The angle max. So I think like the angle max needs to be calculated based on its basis. Which it is. This one's clamping between 0 and positive position. For the X and Z. Down here, randef range, min, max. Bobble linear min. So I think I need to do something like XLV multiply equal -1 if randf greater than 0.5, else 1. And ZLV, which is so the X linear velocity and the Z linear velocity. Randef. And the reason why I'm doing these separately and I'm not putting them both inside the same if block is because I want, like, maybe I want one to go negative and the other to go positive sort of thing. So, like, it'll, yeah. But then we have that basis. We have it multiplying by basis. So that shouldn't matter. Because it's multiplying by basis, so it shouldn't. It shouldn't matter. Okay. It does look like it's fixed though. For the most part. What I could do. I could just do this. Make it always have max strength. float. If we do that, now the other thing I want, because if we have a look. Whoops. Whoops. It's weird. I think I need to put in like a if the linear velocity length is less than that, we do stop bobble. So that way when it like gets to the center, it's just doing the like slight freak out bobble, it stops. Might make it look cleaner. Ah, that's interesting. Why? Why? This is the thing about doing a bobblehead game. You don't really have any, like, another game to reference. If bubble timer dot bubble timer stop. I wonder if that's what's interfering with it. Is every new idea that way? Make it up as you go. I mean, what are you on about? Just make Skyrim Bobblehead Edition. Because I mean, I know Fallout has the bobbleheads that you collect, yeah, but their heads don't bobble. At least to my knowledge, they don't bobble. They don't do shiz. Yeah, exactly. Let's give you +1 to the respective special. Yeah. So you find like an engineering bobble, and it's like you get +1 to engineering. Yeah. Which, I mean, I like the idea. I do like that idea, and it's something that I want to add into my roguelike that we're gonna make. Intelligence +1, bringing my total intelligence to about 2. That would bring my intelligence to 1.001. Yep. Actually, so I wrote this whole plot line for my roguelike that I want to make. And I was like, why do we set the linear velocity to 0? I'm just setting it to a value down here. And I was like, this is a good storyline, like it's a good plot line in my opinion. But I can already see issues with it, with what people would think. So I'm going to change not the storyline, but the world, the setting. You know, so it's the same story, but just different beings, different characters and whatnot. Because the original storyline was like, you know, fighting AI uprising, taking over sort of thing. So I've now changed away from that. I'm like changing the story and such. And now I'm like, I guarantee people are going to start, like, people will complain and say that it's some comment on like race or religion or some shit. Even though originally it was just like technology. So I'm looking forward to the day that people complain about it. So I can refer back to this moment now where I'm like, no, that's not at all what it ever was. If you think that, you suck. Hypno is a technologist. I'm a technologist, okay? That's a technology racist. Damn clankers. They took her job. They took your job. They took my job. They took your. Oh, I love that episode of South Park. I think the best thing South Park's ever done is whenever all, like, there's a crowd of people like talking and mumbling amongst themselves, all of the characters are just saying rabble. Just every character's just going rabble, 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 rabble. Ragdoll Kung Fu Fists of Plastic has bobbleheads. It does. I've never even heard of that game. I'm gonna search it off over here. Ragdoll Kung Fu Fists of Plastic. South Park is cool. Hell yeah, it is, zombie. Yeah, it is. Is this even a game? It looks like a movie. It's a fighting video game developed by Key Creations for Windows, created predominantly by artist Mark Healy while working for Lionhead Studios. I have never heard of this. $2009. Oh no, its release, its worldwide release was 2005. Sorry, on PC, and then 2009 was PS3. Okay, yeah, I don't think I would be able to reference that because I'm pretty sure the mechanics of game engines have changed. That is an interesting game, though. Let me have a look. Yeah, their heads aren't really bobbling. What game engine are you using? I'm using Godot. This is NeoVim for my IDE. Right here in the top right. Yeah, I can't see any bobbleheads in Ragdoll Kung Fu Fist of Plastic. At least in the video that I saw. They were just like plastic puppets that were fighting. There might be like a specific character. Or a couple of characters, maybe? I don't know. But for some reason... If I take that... God. There we go. All those there. And do that. Actually, at this point, just bobble linear. Do that sort of thing. Oops. Print debug. Head RB. Linear velocity. Length. Just to see what it is. Look at the head bobble. Look at it go all over the place. Yay! So the length is definitely above. Huh. Clamp that between 0 and that. Oh, maybe that's the issue. No, because it's multiplying it by basis, so that's not going to be a problem. What if... Oops. I wonder, what happens if we don't clamp those? 35. That's over a month. Patrick, reread it. A lot of people... So, you gotta remember, Patrick, a 35 stream streak, that's impressive. I stream twice a day. So a 35 stream streak is not over a month in my channel. It's about half a month. A little bit more. Okay, see, that's what happens if I'm not clamping it. What if I drop this down to 0.4? What if... So when it's less than 0.5, when it's less than 0.65, or when it's less than... when it's less than 0.61. Okay. Just test this out and see if it works. That's a comma. What a big bit. When the new Bobble arrive, ever think of having special fanfare where you like buy stuff in Lethal Company? Huh? I never like I've played Lethal Company, but I haven't played a lot of it, and not in a long time, so I don't know what they have. Interesting that looking this direction, the head always bobbles like this. Then when I look slightly to either side, down there it's not even bobbling. Because it's working off position. Not global position. Oh no, position should be local to the rotation, right? Like, so in this case, its X is still side to side. Because that's the local position based on where it... Unless I need to take the... Yeah, I need to take the rotation into account. Okay. When the box appears outside the shop, they have a 3D sound at delivery spots. Something to get you excited the delivery has arrived. The delivery is like an immediate thing. So it's not like something you're waiting for. Rocket drops the location, plays within 30 seconds. Yeah, so with that, it's something where it takes time to get there. So that music plays an additional role of saying, hey, your thing's now arrived. Whereas in this, when you order something, it immediately appears out the front. So there's no waiting or anything. And I think having that music for that could just thought it'd be a cool idea. I could see it getting annoying. And every time you order something, no matter how many things you order, something plays. I'm just thinking in terms of like other shop simulators that I've played and that I've seen. It's so goddamn today. Yesterday sucked. It's 24 and humid as hell. I hate humidity. Look at this. Look at this. That there is like the highest UV index you can get. No, I think the highest you can get is like 15. Holy damn, the highest UV index ever recorded was 43.3. Oh, at a volcano. Right, that was volcanic activity, right? Yeah, extreme 11 and above. This here. That is basically every day from mid-December to mid-February in Australia. Why? 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 Too damn hot. So we need to take into account the rotation that we're looking. And we're taking into account the basis. So that should be okay. Unless we need to take into account global basis. Just to be clear, I don't actually know. I'm purely talking out my ass here. More just hoping. Hope I'm on the right track. Ads coming in. Let's see if this is working. Nope. God damn it. All right. Let's see if this other website's connections is fixed. Already done that one. Already done it. It's like Connections GG or something, wasn't it? That thing. Okay. Let's see. Inception, Matrix, Alien, Blade, movies. London, Thailand, Paris, Rome. No. Berlin, London, Paris, Rome. China, Japan, India, Thailand. Flowers. That's easy. All right. We're gonna do game duel. Gonna do game duel. So, what are we doing here? Which game? Give me a game, chat. We could go. Yeah, this doesn't actually have the Kung Fu Ragdoll. Let's go Kung Fu Chaos. Alright, it's not a fighting game. It's not third person. It's after 2003. Bioshock Infinite. Alright, single player, first person, not a shooter. Single player, first person, it's not a shooter. Not going to be the Talos Principle because that's first and third person. It's not going to be a Fallout because they're first and third person. G'day Cam, how you doing? You like Kung Fu Chaos? Never played it. Never played it. I didn't really start playing video games until like 2007. Oh, amazing. My boss has ordered me a trophy. I mean, I played video games like when I was a kid, like Jazz, Jackrabbit, Dig It, Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3 kind of thing. But those are like the 4 games that I played growing up. And I didn't even play them often. Oh, and Heroes of Might and Magic 3. But that was only when I was visiting family that had that. So, the trophy says, number 1, most drunk on a staff party. The fact that they are encouraging... You know what, Cam? You know what? You can use that as an excuse to get as drunk as you like at any work event. And if they try to fire you for it, if they try to fire you for getting too drunk, you can just retaliate with... They gave me a trophy for being the most drunk at a party. They encouraged this behavior. And now they're firing me for it. And then you can, like, sue them. So, hold on to that trophy. Hold on to it. It may come in useful in the future. First person single player. I don't know of a single player first person game after 2013. Oh. Make sure to have your reward ceremony recorded. Exactly. Second the clock strikes midnight Saturday. What is this? No, I can't think of it. We're gonna come back to it later. I need to figure this out. Because this bobbleheading, it's not making sense. Try Sims 4. Considering it's first person only, and The Sims is famously predominantly isometric, no. Crash Bandicoot, third person and side view. How? It's not an FPS. So it's not a shooter, not a fighting, not a hack and slash. So it could be an RPG, but it would have to be a first person only RPG. Something like Dying Light. Yeah. Okay, it's not an RPG either. Firewatch. It is an indie. It's an indie single-player first-person game. But that's all we've got. Not much to go off. Oh! No, it's not within time frame for the witness. Dang. RTS or builder. It could be... if it's, as long as it's first person and single player. The Vanishing of Ethan Carter. Alright, it is 2015. It's an indie 2015 single player first person from Frictional Games. What's Frictional Games done? I don't know Frictional Games. Soma? Why do I know Soma? Why do I know the name Soma? It is Soma. Why do I know this name? It's a puzzle adventure indie. Nicely done, Cam. Nicely done. Good Googling. Well done. Sammy resubbing with the Prime. 16 months. Holy craps. I've been streaming for over a year? What? Screw you. We get to sub, please. I can't catch up. Know my games? You actually played Soma? Nice, nice. Thank you very much, Sammy. I much appreciate it. 5-ish days until 14th month. Damn, I'm gonna have to start coming up with stuff for the 1.5 years, the 2 year, the 3 year, the 4 year badges. The fact, give me back my time. Never curious. That time is now my time. It feeds me. It keeps me going for longer. The more viewers there are, and the more watch time there is, the more life I get. The longer my life expands for. I think my sub is at 18 months. God damn. I need to get those organized, gamer. What up, Apox? How you doing? Because I'm doing it just on the head RB basis. What if I just do it on basis? You know, on the bobbleheads basis. I always thought it was wild when in other streams and seeing people sub for 30 to 40 months. It's entirely possible I could end up being one of them. Oh, you definitely can. Because I'm still going to be streaming in that many months. When Curious hits 29 months, I just stop streaming so that he can't get the 30th month. I'd probably have to scan all your online activity, find out your exact location, and slap you with a glove. I still have an FFS sub for the artwork. Just get Kavino to make that an emote. That's all. He can pay you even if you don't stream. Not if I cancel my Twitch. He can't do anything then. Yes. Yes. It's all coming together. Am I able... to lock linear Y? If I... No, I can't lock linear Y. Because that's a global linear Y. It's not a local linear Y. Ah. Boo! That's essentially locking the local linear Y. That'll show those loyal subs exactly. Loyalty? Not around here. Nuh-uh-uh. Sprint debug. Head RB. Linear velocity. Can't even remember how I found Kavino. I think it was through iHeart. Found you through Kavino. Found iHeart through Biggs. Found Biggs from Minecraft. That's certainly a story. Whether or not it's interesting, gamer, is another question. Oh my god. I think the they get like a fan or something running. You replace and you got a couple side chicks. What happens if I do that? Like, notice how it's just like zeros. Manual around November, I think. Yeah, roughly around there. Recently created a Twitch account and watching people play games wasn't doing anything for me. Came to harass you while you were creating Traffic Simulator? Yep. Yep. And you harassed me so much that we never actually got Traffic Jam done. We got it done. I just couldn't upload it to itch because it was too large and I couldn't figure out how to reduce the sizes and such. A real chunky boy? Yeah. Yeah. The game, not you. Oh no, back then I was a bit chunkier too. Back then I was 10 kilos heavier than I am right now. So. What is the issue? Maybe it's the issue with length. X less than 2. Let's see. Those facial hairs weigh about 10 kilograms each. That's the problem of having platinum facial hair. Yeah. It's expensive, but my god, the status that it indicates to people, worth it. It's possessed. You bobble its head, and then it goes possessed. It's like, ah! It adds character. In the world of physics, it doesn't make sense, though. Let's see if that dampening helps. Definitely helps. But it's too much dampening now. Because the other thing I need to do is see how this goes with them running around on the ground as well. Actually, no, this won't affect the ground at all. Ow. I'm going to comment out. The hell? Jesus. I'm going to comment that out. Comment you out. Comment that out. Make sure your position's always 0. What up, Cavino? How you doing? Get rid of that? Nah. Nah. Cavino, you can't protest it too much, otherwise I will have to take it and adopt it. And be like, ooh, looky, 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 I have this. Obviously, we customized it a little bit, so it's not an anvil and whatnot, and it's not infringing on anything Freedom Forge related. You know, it'll have the same. It will remind you of it. Yeah, it will remind you of it. I should just remove it. I can't convince myself to delete it. That means you like it. Why? How can we have this? It's like a problem child. You don't necessarily like it per se, but you also can't just throw it away. I mean, not throw it away, but you can, like, you can call people, be like, hey, can you get rid of it? And just, like, give it to them, and then they take it to like a boarding school or something. Or they take it to like a military school or something. Or yeah. What up, Vongo? How you doing? How be the things? You doing good? Having a good morning? I'm gonna see what happens. If I go center node. And do hit RB. Rotation axis. Yeah, that'll work. Actually, no, we do want all for the rotation axis. Gravity can piss off. Oh, fuck you. Jesus Christ. Why give me the option then if I can't just turn it off? God damn it. Let's see what happens if we do this. Can't remove it. It's like an Easter egg from FFS. But it's also terrifying to look at. I don't think it's that terrifying. I think it's charming. Oh, damn it. This don't work how I want it to. You're terrifying to look at. The possessive yaw instead of the contracted yaw. That's unfortunate. Rookie mistake there, Bongo. Rookie mistake. G'day, Vongo. How are ya? Toodles, Vongo. Have a good one. I was trying to figure out the best way to do this. There you go, get out. So... I wonder if I just... Like, because for some reason this isn't working as well as it was. If I change the stiffness back up to a 5... Well, the radius was 0.35 there. Change you back to 5. So we'll pop it back to that. Okay, so his head's not moving around when I do that. Set that back to combine. Let's see. Let's hope. So if you move too fast, how was that even running? Because we have the local Y position remain at 0. It's rotated to fate. Like if we're looking down, is its Y still pointing up? Like, is its Y pointing towards me when I'm looking down? Or is it still pointing up relative to it? So you wait until now to start doing the actual bobblehead mechanic. No, Hadouken, no. We have a bobblehead mechanic that we can leave in there. What I'm doing is I'm fine-tuning it. Like, have you not seen the thousands of times that I have bobbled the head of a bobblehead in this game? What up, Iron Lights? How you doing? I've been doing some market research, looking at Steam reviews for games similar to mine. The only one I've found was Agaphib by Aramis. What sucks about my game is that I can't find others like it. But that's probably more of a blessing. Yeah, it means you don't really have competition. It's basically his selling point. I usually work when watching you, so my attention span is about nil. Can't believe out of all the time you've been watching me, you haven't seen a single moment when I have bobbled a bobblehead. What are we cooking up today? We are fine-tuning our bobblehead effect. I'm just tinkering with different values and different ideas at the moment, trying to figure out which way I want to go with it. Seeing if we can fine-tune this spring bone. So if we leave that as neck, set them like that. Get rid of that. I suppose I can get rid of, I can comment those as well. We put all that back in. So when we bobble its head, we're changing it from bone to node, and we're setting the path. The head RB global rotation is vector 3. The head RB linear velocity is the basis multiplied by the vector 3 with bobble linear. So that should make it relative to it. Welcome back, Pluto. And then this resets it. Like resets everything. Made a Reddit post on the Quick subreddit about the upgrades. I think I'll structure my upgrade system similarly to Cookie Clickers. One thing I found while looking at idle clicker games on Steam is that there are a lot of complaints regarding skill trees. It seems really difficult to get them really good, but I never really saw any complaints of Cookie Clickers. People don't understand how difficult skill trees are to get right. I think that's going to be the saving grace of video games. So I saw the other day, Asmongold was playing a game that was completely made by AI to see if it was good or shit. And from what I could tell, that game was not balanced at all. It was very easy to get overpowered and just walk through the game. I think that's going to be the issue of games that are made with AI, is balance. If you try to create a Path of Exile, or a Diablo 4, or a World of Warcraft, or anything like that, an RPG like Skyrim or something, balance is going to be the thing that you struggle with the most, because I don't think the AI is able to get the balance. That's something that you can only get via feedback from people and trying a bunch of different things. And yes, you can have an AI play the game a shit ton of different ways, but there are so many different ways that you can play RPGs, so many different ways you can combine skills and attribute points and whatnot. Indie devs don't have those resources to have an AI run all of those different scenarios. It's just, they just don't. It would cost way too much. The main complaints that people had were about choice. They didn't really feel like they had any choice, or that they did that much for the skill tree stuff. Yeah, it's even more difficult than that. If you have perfectly balanced, choices don't matter. Got to be just off balance enough to be fun. Exactly. And like an AI is going to go for perfect balance. So like, the only way that you can actually balance something properly is based off feel. That's something you're only going to get through player feedback and testing. Like, an AI is not going to be able to do that at the moment. So it's, yeah. That's going to be the main thing that AI can't do, I reckon. Like, FPSs, sure. Puzzle games, yeah, go for it. Platformers, yep. Anything that has a skill tree and attribute point system and equipment with different attributes and powers and whatnot. No. So I think you'll see indie devs. That there'll be two types of indie devs. There'll be AI indie devs that make the platformers, the FPSs, all that kind of stuff. And then there'll be the skill tree RPG style indie devs. That they may use AI for some parts of the game and whatnot, but they're still writing a bunch of the game themselves so that they can get the proper balance for skill trees and attribute systems. Actually, I wonder if that's an idea. I wonder if that would work as a game. I'm just wondering, like, there is a market out there for games which you can't really lose. You know? It's like a game where you are completely OP and you're just destroying everything in sight. There is a market for that. I don't think it's as big as... I don't think it's as big of a market based off how Path of Exile and Clair Obscur and all that kind of stuff does. But, you know. Ads? How are you getting ads, Ion? Pre-rolls are turned off. Oh, you're talking about monster ads. Is that right? Yeah, pre-rolls are off for another 20 minutes. Anyway. But yeah, when I'm working on the details of my roguelike, I'm probably going to give... I'm probably going to use AI to help come up with, like, concepts for monsters and beings and whatnot. Like, give it, like, you know, I want something that looks like, you know, a humanoid spider, you know? And then, like, from that, fine-tune it and then be like, okay, I can work with that. And then take that and be like, all right, now I'm going to customize it. I'm going to add, like, change the bits that I need to that the AI can't do. I'm going to, like, get it all polished and working and then 3D model that. Yeah. I can see that being a good use for AI. I'm just politely saying that's the reason your nose is in the middle of your face is, well, because it's the center Nice, Mike. I love it. Nothing will F you up as much as the realization that there's no real reason the alphabet needs to be in any order. Correct. Correct. The alphabet can be in whatever order you like. Yep. The only problem you have then, Goose, is you can't go option A, option B, option C. Has to be in that order so that Twinkle Twinkle Little Star is in tune. But you got to remember, Mike, you can have the alphabet song with the same tune and just have the letters in a different order. Z, X, H, I, J, Q, R. You know? Do something like that. N, D, I, S, G, D, Y. A, K, B, N, L, C, R. Yeah? This hurts me. That'd be a good prank on a kid. You teach them the alphabet in a random order as payback for having to wipe their ass all those years. They'll look like an idiot in school. Oh my god. If you did that to your child, you deserve CPS being called on you. That's all I'm saying. Oh god. Oh, that would be funny as hell. Like, I'm not saying that wouldn't be funny. I'm just saying that it's very mean at the same time. What up, Ginger? G'day, you gidunt. How you doing? Oh, that's funny. Oh, curious. I hope you never have kids. Had you call with Thornity? Nice. He was actually lovely. Yeah, he's a nice person. Nice person. I just think 40% for anything that's not working on the game is very high. Your code is as readable as mine from an outside perspective. Yeah, basically. I need to figure out how to fine-tune this. He told me all his marketing tricks and ended up saying I don't need him if I only need marketing. Yeah, exactly. Like if all you're getting someone to do is marketing, you don't need them for that. Like, the only reason to get someone to help you with publishing is for not just marketing, but like social media, which is kind of part of marketing these days. Localization, things like that. Yeah. CNA SMGO Burr. Alright, Chica, we'll get to chess in a moment. Okay, Bobbling's not doing anything anymore. Why is Bobbling not bobbling? Why Bobble not bobble? Bobble, bobble, bobble. Bobble a bobble bobble. Alright. Let's do chess and we'll come back to that after. Send me your challenge. I now have a roadmap in terms of Next Fest and stuff like that. When to publish, when to outreach to creators, what to expect and stuff. It was a great 1.5 hour chat with him. Nice. Nice. Well, when my UI decides to split it itself, in half. Screw you, Microsoft. The bobblehead's bobble tea to bobble. The bobble needs bobble tea to bobble. First of all, it's not bobble tea. I don't know why people think it's bobble tea. It's boba. Boba. Trying something different this time. Trying this new method is not working out for me.
Toasters were the first form of pop-up notifications.
Correct. Yeah, I should have stuck with a regular opening, not this BS that I'm doing at the moment. But I don't want to leave you there, because even if I move you there, you can go there, and then you still... I mean, I kind of come out on top of that. Bump you back here. There's a view. That'll work. That'll work. Thank you. Alright, I got myself out of trouble here. Got myself out of trouble. Because now I can do that. Push that there. Oh, yeah, I didn't watch that. Yep. That was silly of me. That's alright. We're okay. Now you can take that. Huh?
Here is a cat.
I'm definitely gonna lose this. Just a matter of when. Let me go there. Yeah. I didn't even see that, to be honest. Completely didn't see it. GG, Chica. GG. You know what you can do, Goose? You can just do exclamation cat and exclamation dog. Then that gives you these. Look at that. Puppy dog smiling. Kitty cat sitting on another kitty cat. Being like, I'm the one in charge. I think puppy dog wins this one. Puppy dog wins this one. Yep. Yep. DM in Discord. I will check it after stream, Mike. No worries. And queen takes king. No. King takes queen. Rook takes king. Yeah. Or if I was ChatGPT, I spawn a queen where your queen is and take your queen. More. Usual 700 ELO chess, queen, worth more than king. Yeah. Now this bobble heading. It's not bobbling like it was. I'm wondering if that's to do with stiffness. Or if it's to do with this. There is no dad joke command, Goose. Thanks for the lurk, Mike. Why are they not bobbling? Why be they of the not bobble? If I do head RBY, multiply, for vector 3, 0. That's just going to give me a 0 vector 3, which isn't going to work. Now, you can't assign a vector 3 to a float. That's just not how things function. Alright, I'm going to come back to that and figure it out after we do a game doll. Let's start with Soma, because we got ads playing. You didn't see the Rook on T27, which can once per game teleport to A6. I missed that one. Completely missed my teleporting Rook. We're looking for a game before 2015 that's not first person, not puzzle, not indie, not sci-fi. I hope that narrows it down for you. Yeah. Warcraft 3. Okay, so it's an isometric after 2002. It's not a strategy or an RTS. May I know what my CPU is suddenly at 80 degrees Celsius for no apparent reason? Are you on Windows, Creeper? It seems like it could be an online multiplayer. It could have co-op. Not going to be a Mario Party. Linux ain't Linuxing. Windows gets worse with each passing day. Did you see the recent one, Sage? With the AppX service using up a shit ton of resources, even when you're not doing anything on your computer. I honestly don't understand how something like that gets through Microsoft's testing. You would think that when they're testing systems, they'd go, okay, this update. Oh, look at that. The AppX service is all of a sudden using up a ton of resources when the machine's not doing anything. We should fix that before we release it. But nope. Apparently, they're just like, nah. We're not going to do anything about that. What's that? They use AI for testing. Who needs human testers? Yeah, I know, right? Let's think. Isometric, has single player, has something else.
A steak pan is a rare medium well done.
That's true. That's very true, Goose. Very, very true. Why did Linux suddenly load my CPU so hard? It got worse temps on Windows. Do you have anything like a file indexing database that runs to make searching for files inside your file explorer or your like whatever you're using? Because I do know that when they run, they can take up a ton of resources. Because they're like going through all of the files on your system and indexing them, so it's faster searching. I always disable that when I set up a new Linux distro that has it, just so that because I don't search for files in my file explorer. I know where my files are.
Nay.
Nay. So it's a fantasy. be isometric, not an RPG, not a hack and slash, not an RTS. Could it be a turn-based? (2003 to 2005). 2003 to 2005. It's not a turn-based. I think this weekend I'm going to torture myself
Why do
with an
melons have
arch and saw.
weddings? They cantaloupe.
Been quite a few years since I've used it, and have my spare SSD from my old PC. Yeah, smart. I mean, Arch is fine these days. I haven't really had any issues with it at all. Isometric Fantasy, 2003, 2004, 2005. Has single player, but it has something else. Could it be... It's not a Diablo, it's not a Heroes Might and Magic, it's not a Warcraft. Not going to be a Command and Conquer. It's not going to be a Total War. Because they're all strategy, RTS, turn-based stuff. Can't remember the exact issue with audio, but it was always audio issues that made me give up. The Valve one. I forget the name. That's isometric. I don't know of any Valve game that's isometric. I know of like Counter-Strike games. I know of Portal. Alien something? Alien Hominid? Well, it's not Alien Hominid, but it is a 2004 single-player co-op split screen. Comedy, fantasy, sandbox, romance. What up, Giddy? How you doing? Welcome in. I got no idea what this is. You ever played Tabs? I have not. I have not. It's not puzzle. It's not indie. Could be a MOBA. Could be a platform. No, it can't be a platform. It's not an RPG. It's not a... It could be a simulator. What up, Mayonnaise? How you doing? I'm thinking if this could be a simulator, so it could be something like The Sims 2. Thank you. Thank you very much. Another cat? That's a cat reading a book. That's a cute puppy. Look at a cute puppy. You are alive, abnormalities. Glad to have you back. How have you been? I think cat wins this one because it's reading a book. Yeah, but otherwise, puppy, 10 out of 10 would adopt. 15 out of 10 would adopt. Yeah. G'day, Victor. How you doing? We're trying to get our bobble heading working again. That there I need to change. Got a new job and working on not being homeless. I mean, life goals, am I right? Those are some good life goals to have. We'll go head RB, position X, 0. Head RB, position Z. That's not gonna work. Global rotation set to vector 3, 0. Only when we bobble do we do that. We change it from bone to node. How you doing, Twig? I spent 6 hours learning how to compile DLL files. Really? I mean, that makes sense. You gotta make it a link file rather than a... Yeah. I know what you mean.
Mort, I can't move it anymore.
And this is inside that. That's for the loading bobble. What if I set you back to 3? They are definitely goals. Okay, so if I put this at 0.5, and then under here, we go... like so. Weird. Weird bug. Weird bug. Now I'm wondering... Now I'm wondering if I change it So there's just always this. You see the image and code I posted in game dev. Which one? If you posted it sometime in the last 2 to 3 hours, probably not. Because I've been streaming. What I could do is have it so that... Oof. That's right. Yep. We do this. We change... Oops. GCC. Yeah. That's in the code for the file server that's using WebSockets. Nice. Nice. I will check it out after stream. So if we do that, we make it so it does that. What I want...
Some people eat light bulbs. They say it's a nice light snack.
I mean, it would be a nice light snack. Very, very true. Held. What we can do is go character, enable Bobble. Init state, character, disable Bobble. Static. Character enable Bobble. Docked. Character. Init state. Character. Disable Bobble. Walk. And do.
What's the difference between a poorly dressed man on a tricycle and a well-dressed man on a bicycle? Attire.
That is true as well. That is very true. Attire can change a lot. Yeah. One might call those people dim, i.e. not very bright. Are you saying that they don't shine? Curious? Alright. So for the Bobble, we need enable Bobble. And what that's going to do is those. Disable Bobble. It's going to do. Well, it's just going to be stop Bobble, basically.
Why don't seagulls fly over the bay? Because then they'd be bay gulls.
I mean, they do fly over the bay. Seagulls fly everywhere, you know. How much time have you been using Godot? Just shifted from Unity and wanted to hear some thoughts. I've been using it for about 18 months now. Yeah, 18 months. It's going great. Going great. The last version of Unity I used would have been like a 2018, 2019 version of Unity. And that was just tinkering with stuff. So, like, not actually making games or anything, just being like, oh, what's Unity like? I'm like, oh, what's Unreal Engine like? Yeah. God, it's so humid. It is so humid. Just use the cat command. That's all you need to do. Just need to use the cat command. So we got 2 kittens, and we got a puppy dog that's barking in a field. That dog in that pose, kind of looks like it's a hybrid between a dog and a polar bear. Like, it's giving polar bear vibes. I thought that was a polar bear. I know, right? But no, it's a puppy dog. A good puppy dog. I think kittens win. Kittens win that round. Yep. So, we do that. We can set up the bobble timer. And this can be disable bobble. And then bobble head can be while holding and while stocked. But I think what we want to do I keep using my one to 100% of the time for the cats. So here's the thing. Here's the thing, Goose. You'll notice that it's the exact same API. It's cdn2.thecatapi.com. It's the same thing. So elephant. But I can select which ones I want and which ones I don't. Okay, Goose, then we can solve that problem. If an image for a dog or a cat is provided that is not from the !cat or !dog commands, then it's not included in the voting. Simple. Simple. What's going on, Bucky? How you doing, you gudunt? Snake. No, we don't have snake. We don't have spider. We don't have kangaroo. We don't have koala. Come on. No, you can't. If it's not from Sammy's bot, then we don't count it in the voting. Obsidian looks awesome, as well as Helix, I guess. This is Neo Vim, or Lazy Vim, in the top right. Over here is obviously Obsidian. You've obviously pinpointed that that's Obsidian. Yep. Doing alright, still existing with subpar Wi-Fi? Yeah, that'll happen. That'll happen. My one has cat, dog, and dad joke, so much better. Nah. It can't be much better because it's not in my chat. So, and I don't allow it in my chat. I'm not going to allow it in my chat. Yeah. Alright, so we got another cat. Need to put a delay on that, I think. Alright, this is the last one that we're doing for a while. Okay. A kitty cat wrapped up in a blanket. And a big puppy dog. That's... You gotta go for the husky. The husky always wins. Husky trumps everything. Okay? No matter what. Puppy dog wins. Okay, we need to get this sorted, so that's the last cat-dog voting that we're doing. Only dog better than husky is a Bernese Mountain. I mean, Alaskan Malamutes are pretty good. Alaskan Malamutes are amazing. Kitten always wins? Nah, lies and slander, Bucky. Lies and slander. What do we need? I need a way for this to stop. Maybe.
I'm sorry. Hi, sorry. I'm Dad.
I'm gonna hydrate. And comb the beard. Alright. Let's do that. Let's do it. Get this beard looking fantastic. I'm just wondering, so we don't want Disable Bobble to be triggered when actually no, we only want Bobble Head to happen when it's on the shelf. I disappear for now. Enjoy, Bucky.
It was raining cats and dogs the other day. I almost stepped in a poodle.
Yeah. The last thing you want to do is step in poo. And if it's raining cats and dogs, I imagine there's going to be a lot of poo everywhere. There we go. Has everyone seen the updates to my world? I now have working monitors. We got working monitors. Okay. And I got a desk 3D art thing. in some direction. There, that way. It's difficult to see in my world, but yeah, some cool 3D art. That's a shader that we got off Shader Toy, so yeah. That's right. Over here, we want to remove you from here. So, why did you... Okay. Kind of. It's looking good. It's looking good. I think we can get it a bit better, though. I think we can get it a bit more fine-tuned. Why does its head hop through? Why does it bobble?
A man is washing the car with his son. The son asks, "Dad, can't you just use a sponge?"
Nah. Here's the twist. Here's the twist. It was SpongeBob. Good here. Started with Unreal and now landing on Godot. Nice. I think that's good. Sponge Bobble. I don't think you could do a Sponge Bobble because his entire body is also his head. Like, there's no clear separation to bobble around, you know?
I wouldn't buy anything with Velcro. It's a total rip-off.
That doesn't need to be a rip-off. You can just put it together and then never rip it off. It's only a rip-off if you make it a rip-off. Yeah. Otherwise, it's a bargain. Absolute bargain. You're 3 kilos. You're 0.5 kilos. Now, if I set this to 3 kilos, is it being put in held state? I mean, that works. That works. And then we need to... The other thing I need to test. Stocked has bobblehead and take item. Very useful advice. Okay. Why does this not pop up? Why does it not show when we're looking at the bobblehead and it's on the shelf? It shows take item. Ah, that'll be why. That'll be why. Can't believe it. Can't believe I was so foolish. Okay. I'm not hitting that at all with the raycast. You're not enabled when you're stocked. Where's the bobble stand?
I will be back, but how does a penguin build its house? He glues it together.
Penguins don't build houses. You're thinking of Eskimos. Eskimos glue their houses together. Yeah. Mystery ball box. So when we set this up, its default state should be idle. Oh no, its default state is static. No, that should be... You. No, I do want you to stay static. I want you to stay idle. Because that's playing the idle animation. But the static state is what it moves into. So the static state that should be there. That should be fine. It's still bobbled. Its head still bobbled. Why? Stocked disables bobble. Why? Why is that still bobbling when it spawns inside the box? Over here. Stocked is stocked. Static is static. Idle is idle. Idle, we disable the bobble. When we interact, it goes to hold. So this should enable and static. No, because static, it's running around on the ground. Hang on. So let's match it up to animations. Okay. Idle is when we're holding it and it's conscious. So that's fine. Static is when it's not conscious. Over in here, the animation tree, we start as static. We go, if the state machine is 1, walking, then it transitions into this. Otherwise, it's just static. It's got static animation. It's not doing anything. Which means the state machine should have static as the initial state. And then this transition here, if current state is static, it goes into idle, which is wrong if current state is 0. Okay. And this one here, if current state is 7 or 11. And that's held or purchasing. But if it's walking and we pick it up, we transfer it into idle state, which does that. Okay, that should be correct. That should be all proper now. And we will have our bobble heading fine-tuned. All of our bobble heads are now fine-tuned. No, that doesn't make any sense. The bobbling is disabled. I'm going to default you to that. Okay, so defaulting it. Defaulting it like that is fine. Now, what we would need to do is saving and loading that information. Saving and loading that information. The bobblehead's running around on the ground. If they save and exit, is that bobblehead going to remain? Or do we want to... Do we just want to add it to their collection as a non-conscious bobblehead? No, because then if it's an enchanted bobblehead that's running around, they can just save, exit, load up, and they'll have an enchanted bobblehead in their collection rather than a conscious bobblehead running around the store. And we need to like force them into that. So for that to work, we would need the conscious state to, by default, be exported. We want that to be exported so that when we load it back up from the save file, that's included. And in here, we go if conscious, set up conscious state. If not marked for conscious, and that, set that up. I'm actually going to change this as well. Gonna make it 995. I want it to be really rare that they become conscious. I think we're good with the bobblehead effect though. We are fine with the bobblehead effect. Okay. So what I'm thinking with the bobbleheads is we have a crown that spins around that has the word new on it. Okay? And we can have that crown appear above the bobblehead when it spawns in, if it's new. And it like spins around above their head. And for the cards, because the cards are opened in a 3D space, we can have the crown appear above the card rotating around. And then when the card moves, so does the crown. I think that's going to be our best approach. Because it's unique, it's all 3D, we don't have to worry about mapping. We don't have to worry about mapping 2D to 3D positions and all that kind of stuff. And we don't need to do any extra tweening of stuff, apart from the rotation. But that's fine. That's fine. Let's go. I do it under products. I don't think we want to do it under products. It's just like a random model. How many points would we have on the crown? I think we would have, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 points. So we'll need 16 edges. Is that correct? What up, Nay? How you doing? Welcome in. Generate. Solidify. Make it 0.1, I reckon. Okay. We grab every second one. Okay. And then we extrude them up. Well, actually, no, we don't extrude them up. We just move them up. Like so. Okay. Oh, man. I forgot that one. Yeah, you really can't spell. That's pretty bad. Merge all of these at center. No, I don't think we do want it to be at center. I think we can leave it like that. And then what we can do is we can have it as a gold texture. So we go new crown. Have this be like a gold color. Kind of like that. And we drop this down to like 0.4, drop you up to 0.7. Yeah, so it looks like a gold crown. So this would be for new. And then when it's a shiny or something, we don't need to do anything. Because like we can just play the tune and you'll see that it's shiny. I don't like that color though. I want to be more gold. Gold hex. You want that kind of gold. Pretty close. We were pretty close. Well, we want to go for like a dark goldenrod. Dark goldenrod sounds good. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. That looks nice. That looks really nice. Projects, Bobble Shop, Assets, Bobbles. New crown. And what we want to do. There's no way for me to add text there. Do I do it as a label 3D in game that is bent? Can you bend a label 3D? Go for bend label 3D. No, so I'd have to... I would have to set it up so that it's like a... it's a mesh with a viewport displayed on it, sort of thing. Or I can just have this be a image texture and do it as crown texture. Just 1024, doesn't need to be huge. Yeah. Under here, we also save that there. And we need this to unwrap nicely. So I'm thinking we go around like that and we unwrap there. But then we also unwrap around there. So let's mark seam. Unwrap. That does not look right. Probably because of that. Scale. Go back into here. We can't also have it. We can't also have it go around there. Because then that creates a complete disconnect. I think if we go around like this, we got ads coming in, so we'll do a game do in a moment. Actually, we'll do Quirtle. for this ad break. If I do that, and then I deselect all of these, then I mark those as seam. No, because now we've got a bunch of overlap. Because you cut there, it should be able to lay out. Like, it should be able to lay this out. Maybe I need to clear that seam and mark that seam. No. Let's clear all seams. We'll redo it after the ad break. Redo it after the ad break. I don't know what's happening with that. Okay, Quordle. For those that don't know how this works, it's like Wordle, but 4 at the same time. So if we go Tipsy, and then Ghoul, and then Frame, now we can start to do Flash. Flick. Oh no. Flil. Fliff. Flibby. Flizzy. Flibby. Fliwy. I have no idea what that is. What's up in the top there? We have no confirmed letter placings up there. We have RAOML. So we have the 5 letters for the top left. That could be moral. Ooh, no. Molar. Okay. Flyer. Okay, so we got flyer for that one. And then we got okay, this is going to be interesting. Mo. I do not know what this last one is. I know it has a T in one of the last 3 spaces. It's got to be either middle or last. And then we need another O, probably in the second last. Motto. That's what it is. Double T. Double T. Nice. Nice. Alright, we need to figure this out now. I mean, that is something we could do. Markers seam for those. Then just unwrap. Not sharp. Seam. So we've got that one marked as a seam. But why aren't these disconnected? Yeah. Why is that still a circle? Is it because they're how they're connected? I assume that's why. It's because of how they're connected. Whereas these ones here can more easily flatten out. Let's... Let's move these. So if we do that, and like this one here I could even make smaller, but I don't think I need to. So there's the outside. That's where we want it to have new written. So what I'm going to do... let's have everything black. We can get the gold. And we can just start painting the entire thing. We do that. Now I know where I'm putting new. While you're painting the crown, not just using a full single color, just add details. G'day, Macquarie. It's because I need to take this texture and put it in Critter, and then put text along here. That's what I need to do. That's going to tell me the direction that the text needs to be going. So the text needs to be going this direction. Yeah. We go into critter. We go into projects, Bobble Shop, assets, bubbles, textures, brown, and in here, I go like so. I don't know what color I want the text to be yet either. Make it like size 48 maybe. We can make it a bit bigger than that. I'm noticing there's not putting all of the spaces. Maybe I just put another new. Big news, I got an offer for an intern position this semester, although it is contingent on them getting funds for it, since it's a research assistant role. Damn, nice. Glad to hear, McCory. Also, g'day. Are you making a Burger King hat? No. So what we're doing is this here is going to be what we instance in the game. So when a bobblehead is new, it's going to have this crown appear above it, and it's going to be spinning, saying new. And when a card appears, like when you unpack cards and you have a new card, it's going to instance the crown above it spinning as well. Yeah, so that way you can see what's new, and it's going to be a cool 3D in-world crown that's rotating above the thing that's new. Yeah. How bloody good. Question is, what color and font? What font? There's got to be a good one that we have. I don't really want to go a Roboto. Yeah, I don't really want it to be that. No, I want it to be... Oh my god. Why can I not? Oh, you fucking... Yeah, we don't want bangers. The researcher's assistant. I mean, being a research assistant is better than being a mortuary assistant. Based on the research that I've done. The research that I've done kind of says that you're going to be dragged into some sort of hellscape. You know? And this is from both documentaries and games based on true events. I can't really find any good new font. Not open dyslexic. Overpass? Nah. I want it to have personality. Whatever text we go with needs to have some sort of personality. It can't just be your basic ass text that you see and you go, it's text. No, that doesn't work. Nah, quite. Not quite. Totally thought I wasn't going to get it because when they gave me the leak code question, kind of gave a horribly optimized answer. But it gives me hope. You gave a horribly optimized answer. So, the thing with leak code questions, okay? They don't want, like, they don't care if you get the question correct, okay? They want your... They want to see what your thought process is. They want to see how you approach the problem and how you arrive at your solution. They don't care about if you get the right answer or not. If, like, honestly, if you do, like, if you know the answer to every leak code question and you go into an interview and they're like, here's a leak code question. Solve it. And you just give them the standard default answer that's perfectly correct without thinking about it, that gives them no information whatsoever. They don't know how you think, they just know that you have an answer memorized now. Maybe we do just stick with the comic one. Yeah. Maybe we just stick with that. Exactly, Pluto. New. And now the question is, what color do we want it to be? That's not gonna work. I have a better idea. I have a better idea than doing this. Watch this. Watch this. Let's add text. It says new. The font. Rotate on the X 90. You're gonna go there. Going to convert this. Convert it to mesh. And go solidify. I'm going to get rid of all these. Dissolve those edges. Just to like reduce how much there is. That one, we can dissolve that edge. They can remain. What happens if I get rid of this? There we go. Whoops. Apply that. You go forward. Oops. negative. Move you up. Scale. Location. Negative. Over 2. So if we do that, and then we can give this similar. Well, actually, no, I'm going to join you onto that. I'm fine if that stretches. I don't care if that stretches. Let's... scale Y by 0. Move that there. Right in the middle. And then texture painting. We're going to go red. That there is what it would be. And what'll happen is it's gonna rotate around like that. Yeah. Yeah. That was what I understood after the interviewer was like, nah, you don't need to run it, just need to know what your answer would be. Even syntax doesn't need to be right. Yeah, exactly. Then I just wrote not caring since it won't be run. Research from looking at their website seems to be using machine learning for detecting diseases and such, since it's health research thing. Okay. So it'll be based on, like, it could be, like, what was it? Folding at home. This thing. Yeah. Install the software to become a citizen scientist and contribute your computing power to help fight global health threats like COVID-19, Alzheimer's disease, and cancer. Our software is completely free, easy to use, and safe to install. And so it just does calculations to help with disease research and stuff. So, yeah, it's very cool. Very, very cool indeed. So if we do that, oops. I'm just going to add a light quickly. Um, doesn't look very metallic. I can tweak that inside. I can tweak that in engine. What up, Slap? How you doing? Good morning to you. Ooh, actually. Because this is really large at the moment. How can we do that? We have it that size. That should take care of it. Open up Bobble Shop Sim. And under props, we go new crown, which will be, do I want to instance it? No, I don't want to instance it. We just make it a mesh instance like so. Go into our assets, our bobbles, our crown. Open you up. You will go assets, bobbles, meshes, new crown. Then under here, we go new crown. So now it looks tiny. But that's okay. Like, what I need to remember is that negative Y in here is positive Z in thingamajig. It's a grower, don't worry. Exactly. Also, when you're viewing it, it's like close to the camera, so. 5 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 5 centimeters. The bobbleheads will be roughly that size. Like, the bobbleheads are like 10 to 12. So this will be a crown above them. So you don't want it to be the size of the bobblehead's head. I don't want to view growers close to my camera. Oh, you're gonna VM. You have no choice in the matter. It's unfortunate for you, but that's what happens. That's what happens. No escape. I'm excited. No, that's when it grows. Apply the rotation like so. Over here. There we go. Now that's negative Z is facing forward. How's this fine morning? It's going amazing. It's going amazing. We've fine-tuned our bobble animation. We're now working on this. which is having something that indicates that the bobblehead or the card is new. So when you get a new bobblehead, it plays the sound effect being like, new, but it also has a crown appear above the bobblehead spinning. Yeah. The animation becometh a Greer bobble. Not yet. Not yet. I haven't done that yet. That is way down here on my priority list. Yeah. This here, I think I'm just going to open this up to yourselves. If anyone wants to do localization for one of these languages, let me know. Let me know. What's simplified English? American English. It's American English with words that have U. The U has been removed. Words that have an S are changed to a Z. And stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. You don't have to remember as many letters or anything. So it's simplified English. The Freedom England. You gotta spell English with a Z in simplified English. Since they use Z for minimize and maximize and perhaps it's Gen Z influencer English. Now, at that point it would just be emojis. There'd be no actual words, no alphabet, just emojis. Let's close these out. Inside our asset cache, need to go new crown, packed scene, preload, props, new crown. Over in here, we're going to attach a script to you. This is going to be new crown. Over in here for new crown, we go we just need it spinning indefinitely. So, is there a way I can do that without using a tween where like every second it restarts up? Because I can do it as a tween and go spin crown. We go create tween. Then this can go spin crown. Tween callback. Spin crown. Yeah, let's do this. Do a default animation. Rotate model track. That's a good point. rid of that. Animation player. Spin on a loop. Maybe over 3 seconds. We have it go from this up to perfect. That can be an autoplay too. That's much easier. Thank you for reminding me that that exists, Mike. Thank you very much. I'm just wondering, is that too fast? Or do we want it to be like a 6 second? I think 6 seconds is better. As devs, sometimes we do think too much into a problem, where there is often an easier option. Yeah. 6 seconds is the best. I love it. Currently looking at editor tools. Editor tools would be good. Enjoying them at the moment? Yeah. That's stuff I need to plan out for future bits. Ow. Editables are fine, but edibles are better. This is true. This is true. I do like a good editable. I mean, that's how, like, we all like things that are edible. Yeah. Apples, bananas, steak, pasta, pizza, and burgers, they're edible. Spiders are edible. No. Spiders are not edible. Okay? Don't trust what they say. When someone gives you a spider to eat, just remember, that spider, it may look dead, it may feel dead. What they've actually done is they've petrified it, and as soon as it comes into contact with the stomach acid, it becomes unpetrified, and then you have a spider crawling around inside you. Okay? Okay? Don't eat spiders. Creating a pop-up window with data entry options, and then have the tool create the resources for me. I want to create something like that where I can create an instance of any data resource, but instead of having it pop up a window where I create it, it has like a grid layout where it's like the first row is one, second row is another, and then like at the top I can click like an add button and it creates a pop-up window where I add that resource. And then if I select from a list a different resource type, it populates all of the resources for that resource type. And then I can edit the existing ones in line for the table, or I can add a new one in a pop-up window. That's what I want to create. Yeah. Because that way you can create any data resource very easily, and you can edit any data resource very easily without without having to go through data resource files and stuff like I'm doing now. But yeah, my game's pretty simple. Anything complex, like if you're creating an RPG, if you're creating a roguelike, stuff like that, you're going to want a tool that makes that more efficient. Upgrades, people. Upgrades. Exactly. I want to learn how to make the visual node system so you can use it for my BT system and my gameplay ability system code. Your Bluetooth system and gameplay ability code. Why are you making a Bluetooth system and why do you want visual nodes for it? Oh, behavior tree. Yep. Right. Again. I hate acronyms. It's making you aware. We need to instance this now. What up, White Blue? How you been? Mesh instance 3D is going to be game state, asset cache, new crown, instantiate, go add child crown, and we want it to be at the top. So we want the crown position Y to be 0.2. 0.3. And then delete crown. Crown Q3. Over here, under our interactables for our mystery bubble box, when we do clean up, what we want to do is go bobble, delete crown. What's your issue? Could not pass bobble. Why can you not pass bobble? Do you want to tell me what the frickin' issue is, or do you want to be a prick? Is it this? Fuck's sake, I hate it when it doesn't tell me what the bloody issue is. That's, yeah, okay. That I can work with. Thank you for fucking telling me. God damn. That's purely a NeoVim config thing as well, by the way. It's the LSP dropping out and not reconnecting, even though it should. It should be constantly polling. Alright, so we've got the crown added and we Q3 it there. I can probably, under the mystery bobble box, instead of that, just do Q3, like so. Now, let's see. Let's see what that looks like. Oh, of course. Where's the open finish? Because we do begin open call deferred. Which does that. Box opened, connect, clean up. The mesh doesn't know or care about the bobble. What up, Beep? How you doing? So I wonder if we do front dropping. And also, let's go into the bobble box itself. Where's it instance the image? It's in the UI, isn't it? Where is it? That's what we don't want. Get rid of that. Bubble opened. Interesting that it was allowing that to be emitted with an extra parameter that it didn't actually accept. Let's have a look, see what we got here for dog and cat. Got a puppy dog. That could be a stuffed dog. I think that's a stuffed dog. That's a fake dog. That looks like a fake dog. It's all too perfect, but I think it's the grooming. I mean, I'm just like looking at the tail. I'm looking at the ears. I'm looking at like the snout around here, sort of thing. It's like the head, like the bridge of the nose here, doesn't look correct. Like I'd expect it to like dip down and come forward, you know? Like I'd expect a bit of a dip where the eyes are and leading into the nose, not like a perfect. In my backyard right now. You got a kitty cat. Yeah, I think kitty cat wins that one. Kitty cat wins. Going to beard, sure thing. You know what else needs to be groomed? Don't take it in a bad way. The beard. That's alright. It needs to be updated and looked after every now and then. Nice. There we are. And then, brush. Get that up like so. Oops. I had to fix up that mustache, Savo. Even out images of them on Google make them look fake. We've got such a strange standing stance. I know, right? It's like this, the way it's standing, it looks like it's stiff. Yeah. I guess there's no way for us to actually confirm, though. It's just an image. They're always going to look like that. This is the card pack. This here, between front, you probably go, front dropping emit. And then over here, we connect front dropping to crown bobble. Here we go. Bobble. Set up crown. So now, because otherwise you're gonna see the new crown before the front drops. Why didn't you get a crown? You were new. Huh. We're going to come back to that. We're going to do a game duel for the ad break. Okay. So let's start off with Sims 3. Okay. Before 2009, not isometric, not a sim, not single player. So it's multiplayer only. It could be... It's not fantasy, so it's not World of Warcraft. It could be... What? Unreal Tournament? Counter-Strike? I don't think it's Counter-Strike, though. Because Counter-Strike, you can play against bots. Counter-Strike Condition 0. Counter-Strike Source. Jesus Christ. After 2004, not a shooter, not first person, not multiplayer. Fable. Third person after 2010, not an RPG. Not an RPG, not a shooter, third person. Could be a hack and slash, so it could be something like a Dead Rising. That's considered RPG. I would have considered Dead Rising to be a hack and slash. Like, anyway, horror. It could be Silent Hill. No, it is single player, third person, not puzzle, not shooting, not RPG. Could be a survival horror. It's not Diablo 4. That's isometric. Phasmo. That's multiplayer. It needs to be single player. Third person single player. Like a Dark Souls. 2014, 2015. 2014 to 2015. Supermassive Games and Sony Computer Entertainment. Supermassive Games. I have forgotten. I know they made a popular game. I have forgotten what it is, though. Until Dawn? I don't know. That would be a shooter as well, I would imagine. Oh, it's Until Dawn. There you go. There you go. We've hit 10. We have hit 10. We're almost 20% or 25% of the way towards our max streak. Let's see what happens. Before 2015, it has single player, it has third person. Let's go. Has single player, has third person. Let's try Dragon Age. 2010 to 2014, third person, single player fantasy. It has other perspectives and game modes as well. Fantasy horror, fantasy survival. Could be a shooter. Could be like Rust. Okay, 2010 to 2012. It looks like it's a fantasy survival. Is this gonna be Skyrim? No. Third person, first person VR, 2011. Not a shooter, not an indie, not an RPG. not fantasy, or it is fantasy. It is survival. 2011, so when it says VR on something back in like 2011 or something, it just means that there's like an update that received VR support. So Skyrim was given VR support like 10 years later sort of thing. Is it Half-Life Alyx? Is that a shooter or... Okay, so it's not puzzle, it's not sci-fi. And also, Half-Life Alyx is 2020. 2011, non-shooter, non-puzzle, non-RPG, non-sci-fi, not indie. It's a fantasy survival. Mojang, Minecraft. There you go. Let's kick it off with Minecraft. After 2011... not a sim. Could be first person, could be third person, could be both without virtual reality, who knows. Could be... what? Let's try... it's not a survival, so it won't be Dark Souls or anything. It's not open world. Could be a shooter. It could be like a Call of Duty, Black Ops type thing. It's not a shooter, not sci-fi. It is first person, though. First person, 2012 to 2017. That does narrow it down a fair bit. But what would it be? What would it be? The Witness? 2017 single player first person. Could be puzzle, could be indie. It's a mystery game. A mystery first person single player from 2017. A puzzle indie. Is this Outer Wilds? That'd be a puzzle game. No. Damn it. Damn, it's not. Oh, Coco, thank you for the shout out. Much appreciated. G'day, you good dunce. How yous doing? Welcome in. What were you doing today, Coco, on this fantabulous Friday? Could be a Saints Row. It's not a shooter. Not a shooter, not a sci-fi. And it would have to be Saints Row 4. Get steamed, as always, Coco. I am, in fact, steamed. Also, for those of you that have come in, we've added stuff to our overlay. Okay? Look. My monitors actually have stuff going on. You know? Yeah. And we've also got our 3D art going on over there. Don't worry about how it works. Your primitive technology just can't do that. Okay? Alright? It's the way it works is that's actually a 4D object that's been created that's being moved back and like around 3 dimensions. So they're like pushing it through the 3rd dimension. They're like take back, pushing it through the 3rd dimension. And that's what gives you this weird, wacky craziness that your brain can't properly comprehend. Yeah. That's how we get modern 3D art in our world. Yeah. Anyway, we need to figure this out because this will put us on 12. Yeah. Get steamed. Oh, Dex. You know I'm steamed. And I mean literally as well, because if you have a look, 28 degrees and it's humid AF. Look. And the next few days, like, the temperature goes down, thankfully. Ugh. Ugh. I don't like it. I don't like it. Anyway. I think because it's hitting that, it fails. Not that that should do anything. It emits that. You're not listening to it, though. There you are. Connects to crown bobble. Bobble setup crown. Instances the crown, adds it as a child, sets its position. Oh, it sets its Y position to +3. Where's the crown? Where the frick's the crown? Why are you not creating a crown? Swear to God. It's not printing them. We have tween front. Signals connected. I wonder if it's an issue there. Ooh, I know why. I know why. This is here for when we have the, like when we spawn the meshes. You know? Like when we're loading up the save. Yeah, that's what it's doing. That's why it's not happening. So let's do a mesh signals. Take those, put them under here. We go mesh signals. Mesh signals, there we go. Now when we change those, it's going to happen in either scenario. That crown is very high up. very high up. Let's see. Do that. Drop you in. It's the fact that it's appearing so early on. What I could do is I could have it spawn at about 0.32 inside the box and then tween it down to the point we want. Because I also want to stop this. Like, we want that to emit. We want that to emit. We want that to emit. We want these to remain until the player presses a button. Go. Hold bobble. We do a unhandled inputs. If event is action, UI accept, or event is input event mouse button, we go hold bobble. But only if it's opening. Because this is handling the input here. You move that in there, so it only does that if we're still tweening. Yeah. The open cost sets those, disconnects those. Maybe we change you to input as well. We do if opening. Actually, if not opening, return. Is there anywhere that I set input to processing? Set process input is false. Set process input is true. What if I do state machine, current state, because there's unhandled input. Get rid of the bobble for the time being. Unhandled inputs. We go current state. Unhandled input. Event. And we take those 6. No, this is sharing a state. It's sharing a state, and we just want this to be specific to this one. Set process input false. When we start opening it, we do set process input true. If it's not opening, we return. I think I actually need this to be... I'm actually going to get rid of that. We're going to set this up differently. This is going to be set up completely differently now. We will go... Meshes... Tree exiting, emitted when node is just about to exit the tree. Connect to hold bobble, and hold bobble will pick it up. Do that. If it has that. If it's that, if it's not that, it's not that, and it's not that, or event is released, we can return. Bobble open will hit this. It'll do this cleanup here, where it emits the opening complete. Emits that. Removes the interactions. But then if we remove the interactions... Maybe I can't. Yeah, we'll leave it like that. Well, I still want that there. I guess actually I don't need that, because process input will be set to false, so it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Okay. Loading bobble can close, that can close. You don't have a timer. I think we create a scene tree timer for it. I think that's what we do. But basically the crown never stops spinning. So I do need it to be up on this, because the crown just spins for 6 seconds. But I want it to remain on the opened bobble box until they click or something. So I will set up a input and we will do process input false, and that will only be enabled when cleanup is set. There we go. Hold bobble. There we go. If not opening or event is released, return. If event is action, UI accept, or event is input event mouse button, then we can do hold bobble. So let's see. Ooh, actually. This one. Pop it down here. I have a feeling that it's still going to show the interactions on the left. There might be a flicker from like when it's removed and reappears. Cool. So it just remains here now, constantly spinning that new crown above them. I might need to offset it a little bit for like Bobble Ross's hair and stuff like that. Chef Caesar's hat and stuff. But now if I click, yeah. Okay, I know what we can do. What up, Meister? How you doing? A tip for someone trying to get into web dev. Currently halfway through the Odin project. The Odin project for web dev. It's like doing Odin program for web development. Honestly, I don't... With all the security issues that go on with Node and NPM based frameworks like React and Angular and Vue and stuff like that, everyone should stay away from them. But obviously you're gonna have situations like you can't stay away from them because companies use them. So yeah, like those are the big frameworks that everyone uses, like Svelte Kit, Next.js, Nux.js. If you learn those frameworks, then you can get into, like, get a job at most places doing web dev. But it would be nice if they stopped using those because of the security issues. Okay, so what I'm thinking is to here. No, not under here. Under here. Clean up. Can go Bobble Crown Finish. Here we set it to 3-2, and then create tween property of crown for position Y to be 0.22 over 2 seconds. 2 seconds probably good. 2 seconds should be good. Yeah. But I do want to hold a reference to that tween so that I can delete it. I think one thing I'm going to do is create a tween like for my next game. I'm going to create like a tween object or like a node or a resource that's probably a node, but something that holds on to a tween that's happening, and then I create that and add it as a child when we want to tween something, and then if the tween is interrupted, it handles stopping the tween and killing it and freeing the object or deleting the resource itself, rather than having a tween stored on objects like this. Like rather than doing this, it would be like a new tween object or new, like something like that, and then that would handle the tweening. Like, we'd tell it what we wanted to do and stuff. Why are you killing innocent tweens? I'll see you in tween court tomorrow. Go for it. Go for it. Tweens don't have rights. in game dev, in this instance, the in-betweens in Godot, they don't have rights. That's what I'm saying. Calm down. Jeez. Now that's just wrong. Hey, they don't. Okay. I can delete these tweens. I can kill them. There's no problem. Like I can literally call a method kill against this tween. So don't try and tell me. Don't try and tell me that they need to have it. 12-year-olds have just as much rights as anyone else. First off, that's the wrong right. You said WRITES. Incorrect. Second, I'm talking about the tweens in the Godot engine. Okay? Okay? Tweens in the Godot engine. Like when we do this, let's go end tween. So I'll call it end crown. No. Because these need to happen at separate points. Do that. We go. Crown finish. Crown finish can go crown. My mind's a bit fried from trying to solve the skill tree issue. Is one of the issues in the skill tree spelling? Get it? Get it? Oh. Hilarious. Position Y, 0.22. Crown tween. Kill. Crown tween, null. It's more of a skill issue right now. Nah, makes sense. Makes sense. Crown target. I was going to make this a vector 3. There we go. There we go. So let's see what happens. Yeah. I like that. I like that. The crown doesn't just appear before you see the bobble. The crown appears in the top and moves down. Hell yeah! I like that. I like that. That's so nice. That's so good. I gotta see that again. Kill on a null value. If crown tween is not null, or crown tween is running, then we kill it and we set it to null. I think, though, what I want to do, I want to have this up a little bit further. Yeah. Yeah. And then we just have to do it for our cards as well. Yeah. That's good. That's good. Is running on a null value. What? How can that even be possible? If Crown Tween... Oh, hang on. Hang on. Yeah. That's how we want it. That's how we want it. If it's not null and it is running. Yeah. Jeez. I was thinking I was checking for if it was null. Yeah. Makes sense. Yeah. Oh, that's good. That's good. Doing this in 3, like doing this opening and the new stuff and whatnot in 3D is definitely a great idea. Definitely a great idea. Beautiful. Beautiful. Now we need to do it for the cards. So we need a collectible card. This needs to have a setup crown. This isn't going to tween down or anything though, it's just going to appear. Crown Mesh Instance 3D. Crown is game state, asset cache, new crown, instantiate, crown position. Y will be, we'll start with 0.1 first. I think that's probably going to be a bit too high, but we'll see. We'll see. Add child, crown. Card pack when this opens. What we need to do is go if game state, shop settings, collectible cards, get card rarity, get the item data bobble category as card item data. Actually, no, not has. Get that greater than 0 or equal to 0. Then we can do card setup crown. This is the wrong spot for it though, because we need to do it under here. Need to do it under here. And do var is new, or includes new. Includes new is true. If new, actually, we can do HUD instance open VFX emit. Actually, is there a card sound? Where do we play the card sound? It needs to know if it is new and what the rarity is. True. Should we go includes new and I won't worry about doing it for the others. We'll just do rarity common. HUD. We're going to set up the crown there. Because, yeah, we queue free the cards rather than holding them, so we don't need to worry about cleaning up the crown or anything. Otherwise, in here, what we'll do is if crown is not null, we're going to return out. We don't want to do anything in that instance. And up here, where we create it, so when we reveal the card, we can go card revealed. We'll have is new, rarity, and card. We will do if is new, card, set up crown, and HUD instance, open VFX, emit is new, rarity. Get rid of this and do card revealed, bind, card. Let's see what happens with cards now. I think I want to change that back to a black or at least a charcoal. Okay, excellent. So we do have the crown there. We can probably shrink the crown down by 0.5. So we can go crown scale. Scale it down like so. Pop you at 125. Let's see what that's like. That'll be somewhere in that area. Nice. Now, I'm not sure if I like the crown being tilted like that, but it is 3D, so that is accurate. The camera is looking straight ahead, around about where the black border on the card is at the bottom. So it would be seeing up into the up through the bottom of that crown. We could tilt, like, rotate it forward a little bit. I mean, probably move them all down a bit. So it's not overlapping the value. What if we do crown rotation X to be negative I on 6? Because I think the size is pretty good. The size and the position is perfect. That's tilted it back the other way, hasn't it? I wonder if the animation is causing it to not pay attention. You're sad? Why are you sad? That the stream is ending? Yeah. It's only for 5 hours, though. You'll be fine. The rotation's definitely not applying. It is the, yep. We need global rotation. No. Is going to be global basis multiplied by that. I think that's going to break all of it. That's not going to look right. No, they're not. So the reason why it's not happening is because the rotation is off. Because inside the crown, inside here, this animation player is working off of rotation. Working off of this. The entire thing, not just the y-axis. Alright. I might just leave it. I might just leave it as it is. I think it's good enough. I think that's very good. To be honest. I think that's beautiful. Which means that can now be down there. Yeah. Git add, commit, new bobblehead and card. effect implemented. What else did I do? We also did the... What was it? The bobblehead effect. Also fine-tuned the bobblehead effect. Check out main. Merge demo. Push that up. And check out demo. And project sync Bobble Shop Simulator. Ah, bullshit. That was correct, goddamn you. Thank you. Freaking hell. Alright. We are done for the morning. That was a very productive 5 hours. We're going to start looking into this stuff. Like, maybe we'll do the furnace VFX tonight, because we're still learning texture painting stuff in Blender. So we might leave these things until we're done with that. So we can look at the furnace VFX, and then also creating the new game task system to like have the player be like, oh, you need this to do this thing. Like, you know, buy your first box of bobbleheads, you know, place your first bobblehead on the shelf, open the store. Now that you've got that done, and like we keep track of that stuff so that we know what we're displaying and things. Yeah, that'll work. Where are we going, chat? Ooh, Wallaber's on. Wallaber's on. Let's raid Wallaber. Your day, you get dunce. There we go. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Very productive morning. Very productive stream indeed. Thank you all for being here. Thanks for being fantastic, Gadunticles. I'm back in 5 hours where we will figure this out. That's probably going to take the entire 5 hours, to be honest, because I have no idea of how I'm going to implement it. Snooze those ads. Go away. Get out of here, ads. Foolish ads. That's now all synced up over to my NAS as well. Beautiful. And yeah, should be a fairly relaxing and productive night tonight as well, provided the temperature drops and the humidity pisses off. God damn. Enjoy watching Wallaber and have a fantastic time, you excellent gadunts.